Alright, let's get down to whatever this is. Okay. You know, I should rename that role, really.
Discord.
First, yeah. Where's my water bottle? Ah! Okay, let me get that. Alright. Hello everyone. Okay, Brazil, Zux. What is Zux 2? I also wanted to do, so I haven't actually done like most of this year's USA contest. So I was thinking on the stream I might try to run through J4, J5 and like maybe U1, U4 if the JMO problems go smoothly enough. Zux 2 is Geo. Is that good or bad? That's probably good on average. But yeah, well, anyways, we'll give people a bit of time to send in their problem requests. That problem scares the heck out of me. I've heard of that problem so many times and I don't know how you do it. Just ham sandwich? I don't know what the... I don't remember what that theorem says. Okay, I feel like I probably got spoiled, and if I think about it some more, I'll see what that's saying. But at the moment, I don't actually see how that does anything. Anyways, it's not... Word Q. Did Zux 2 get sent previously? Or do I have to dig out the statement? I know the Brazil one got sent pretty recently. I don't remember which stream. Wow, wait, that problem has been proposed a lot of times. Oh no. That was good enough. Well, let's just play Zix 2. Alright, cool. I was gonna do a Typst demo for the YouTube channel, so while we're waiting for any more problems to roll in today, I don't know if... Seems like today might be kind of a quiet day. But also, I guess that works well, because I also want to do JMoJ45. But, I'm gonna do a quick Typst demo. Feel free to keep sending in problems. This is just for the YouTube recording. Is there... I think I wanna... try... Okay. The lighting is not amazing today, huh? Do I swivel this thing over and then... I feel shorter than usual. Is this button? No. Okay, whatever, good enough. No, we're still taking problems. No, I'm gonna do a short demo of this new toy I've been playing with, and then, but we're still taking problems. Also, I need to hide the... we'll call this... shit. Typst demo. Alright. Alright, hello everyone. So this is for all of you. So, you know, a lot of my students use LaTeX. Some of them are used to it. Some of them really, really hate it. You know, it's LaTeX. What can you say? But for those of you that really can't stand LaTeX, I have a new toy for you to try that might work better. So there's this thing called Typst that came out very recently. I think like it's still like, I don't remember exactly how many years old it is, but it's like on the order of 1 to 2 years old. So let me show you what this thing can do. So the first thing about this is that the compile time compared to LaTeX is way faster. you have something that's really actually resembling instant preview, where documents take like on the order of a few milliseconds to compile instead of a few seconds, even if you have a big blob of text like this or something. You know, but the other thing that's really cool about this is that the support for math is basically \free. To give you an example of what I mean, let's take a statement like limit from as n goes to infinity. I think infinity is denoted OO or something. So limit does what you want it to. There's no \/ involved. I don't like OO very much for infinity, but I guess that's what it is. But something like 1 plus 1 over n to the nth power, you can literally type as just like paren 1 plus 1 over n all to the n, and it'll kind of do what you want. And this is like equal to e or whatever. It's like less than pi, which is not equal to 3 or 22 over 7 for that matter. So sort of like there is a much more intelligent math system here where like 1 over n will get automatically rendered the way you want it to. You don't need to type frac 1 over n. You don't need to put left and right around here, and so on. Or for what's another good example? It's like I can say let's consider the function f from r to r. And these are all built-in commands. You know, none of these are my own macros. Sorry, I want blackboard r. Blackboard r turns out to be RR, so good for me because that's the one I already use for LaTeX. Defined by x. So maps to the shorthand is literally like this pipe dash thing, which I have mixed feelings about. I feel like I would at that point, but yeah, you can do. This is something you can do, and you can just type like sine pi x or something like this. Sine pi x will render the way you want it to. Again, you know, I'm so tired of trying to tell my students that they need to put backslashes in front of like log and sine and operators that are like this. But now I don't have to, because something like this, yeah, this is just log. Well, what's another good example of something? Also, probably don't want to use. Yeah, okay, so moving on a little. So unsurprisingly, you have like sections, section title. And then here's another section. And so this is the theorem environments and stuff are not built in, but in the package that I've built, this is kind of already there. So what's a good theorem to put it? Do you guys have suggestions? Let n at least 3 be an integer. So greater than or equal to is actually literally greater than or equal to. You don't need to memorize a separate command for it. Then there are no non-trivial solutions to a to the n plus b to the n equals c to the n over z, or something like that. Well, we'll say z greater than 0. And then unsurprisingly, you also have references. The references are pretty intelligent as far as I can tell. So if I call this, then if I call this attack by FLT, then by, you can cite it by FLT, yada yada. This also means there are, whatever you want to say. And then similarly, if I have a section title, sect, we'll call this sec. C also this section will also just do what you want it to do. Type spectral decomposition. Wait, what? By FLT, so and so. Yeah, and I don't remember. Is it the syntax like this? Fair as last theorem, and I have a proof environment as well by now. So proof here is a proof. Yay. So yeah, this is a thing that exists now. It's still very new, so it's like obviously not a lot of. If you send someone a file in this format, probably most people aren't going to know what to do with it yet. But I've been using it for some of the notes of mine. It's like, for me, like I've gotten very used to typing backslashes and so on. So the speed up for me is not very great in terms of like the time it takes to type something. But this compile speed, you can see it down here is like on the order of milliseconds. That has been very nice because you can practically, it's practically live preview. Like on my Vim, every time I save, the previewer at the right updates immediately. Yeah, the proof is left as an exercise. Yay. Yeah, what else can I show off about this? So yeah, anyways, this is a thing that exists. Proof that admittedly a positive integer and Ukraine TST 2007, I want to say, for the person who just wrote that in chat. I'll double check that in a minute. But yeah, so anyways, I've been using this for like some lecture notes that I've been typing up over the last few weeks. Still, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say about that project yet, but that is something that exists. And it's been very nice just, one, having instant preview, but two, also just having like this sort of a lot more readable like backslash free syntax. Like, I do not like good riddance to left, right, and like backslash flag, okay, kind of thing. Yeah, theorem is not a built-in. There's a package right now called C theorems that lets you define your own theorem environments. So actually, I can show you the thing that I wrote, which cd.files. So the template file that I'm using, which is already on my GitHub if you're watching, looks like this. Let's see. So fonts, these are my color choices. This is how we style, but this is how the theorem environments are defined. So it looks a lot like AMS theorem in a lot of ways. It's, you said let theorem be here's what you want, yada yada, and then this whole bit is mostly just formatting stuff. Anyways, this template is very much a work in progress. I'm still learning how to use the programming language that runs this thing. But there's some things that you can. The programming language is like quite. Well, let me show you something interesting, okay? So, the proof is difficult. Yeah, here's another difficult problem. I think there's something I can do where I can type like show difficult trivial. What? I don't know if this is, no, that's not the correct syntax. Set. Ah, frick. Okay, there's supposed to be a way to do this. There you go. Yeah. So it's actually a literal find and replace, where if I type show difficult to trivial, then all the instances of the word difficult later get turned into trivial. Can you put images to the side of text? I want to say, well, okay, the answer is yes. I just don't know how because I haven't figured out how to do that. I know you can put images in, well, I need an image. What's an cat? How do I download this? Hello? Oh, it's here. Cat.jpg. Cool. So image cat.jpg with oh shit, I missed the figure. Is that caption? I'm trying to remember because I've only barely started using this myself. Okay, here's a cat, and okay, so the question is, can you align this thing to the right? I think it's I don't know actually. I have to double check on that. Yeah, I'd have to figure out. I don't know the answer off my head. But yeah, so cat C, sorry. Okay, the refs are angle brackets and then C cat for an example of a cat. Which I guess ended up on that? No, it's at the bottom here. Yeah, so anyways, this is a new toy I've been playing with. It's still, it's still changing pretty rapidly. So you can kind of expect, this is a very young project, but so far, as I've been playing with it, it seems like very clean. It's just like, oh wow, I was like, I don't have to deal with this backslashes anymore. It's just, you don't need, are you sure it's a cat? Pretty sure. Well, yeah, shark. Okay, anyways, so that's this blurb. Just want to get this signal boost out there. If any of you want to try it and let me know, like, what you think about it, I'd be pretty interested to hear. because I have this problem where a lot of, like, when I onboard new students, some of them don't know LaTeX, and trying to get them to learn how to use backslashes correctly has been, some people pick it up pretty quickly, some people don't pick it up at all. So I've been thinking about trying to give this to some of the newer people as something that they can, use a little more easily without having to learn the quirks of left, right, and so on. So this syntax is a lot more readable. But yeah, that's still in the works. Otis year 10 won't start until August, so I have a bit of time to decide whether this might be better for some of the newer students that I get in my program. Anyways, yeah, if you are curious to check this thing out, their website is typst.app. This is what their website looks like. They have a built-in web interface, and I hate web interfaces, so I'm never going to use it. But for those of you that have been using Overleaf, this will feel a lot better, because this is actually like instant preview with multiple people. But yeah, if you want to give me a shot and then tell me whether I should be recommending this to my new kids or not for next year, I'd be much obliged. Thanks for listening to this completely random advertisement. And we'll get on to the math problems now. Thanks for tuning in. Cut. How do I cut? Cut. Okay, cool. Yeah, you don't need backslash text anymore. You literally just put quotes. The one thing that does a little annoy me is that anything that's more than one character is by default a symbol name. So if you want to type something like a squared plus b squared plus c squared is at least like ab plus bc plus ca. Right now, my understanding is you do actually need to separate a, b, b, c, c, a. Like, you can't get away with if you type it as like ab plus bc plus ca without the spaces, it won't compile properly. Were you paid? No. I just did this because someone in my Discord server linked me to this, and for the first like 5 minutes, I was just like, oh no, it's another web application. And then I saw they had a command line interface, so I'm like, okay, let me give it a shot. And then I was like, wait, this is actually really clean. Like, I think for me, the compile time is the most compelling thing, because the waiting like 10-20 seconds for like a 10-page document to compile is... I didn't realize how annoying it was until I didn't have to have that wait anymore. And then I was just like, wow, this is like... Yeah, pay me and I'll, I don't know. Yeah, this was not sponsored. I have done some playthroughs of video games that I got gifted before, where like a company will be like, hey, if you play our game on stream, we'll give you a free copy. And I'm like, sure, why not? Free games. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, I think... Honestly, the main people I'm trying to convert are the Overleaf users, because the Overleaf users are not the kind of people that want to learn something, and LaTeX requires a bit of learning to learn it well. So they made a smart move, I think, by having like the website, just be like, sign up for an account and start typing, even though... Yeah. Overleaf, man. I think LaTeX is, I want to say it's LaTeX, but I'm not 100%. AI generated LaTeX? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't imagine that's very... Honestly, that doesn't feel like it should be very hard. Like, converting written symbols. Is Haskell Typst the same as Rust Typst? Oh. Typst... I thought Typst was written in Rust. I have no idea what the Haskell thing you found is. Which is why it's so fast. Like, everything written in Rust is just like, oh my god. Blows us Python people out of the water, man. Okay, right, problem suggestions. Da-da-da. Haskell. So pandoc is written in Haskell, which is actually pretty interesting because the latest version of pandoc if you look carefully, actually already support types to LaTeX and vice versa. So if I convert this main.type into main.tech, oops. Shiba. Okay. Maybe that part isn't quite ready yet. Let me take out this bit and then this bit. Okay, so here's just the part that is in Evan's template file. Main.tech actually looks, I think, reasonably... oops. Fuck. Yeah, the conversion is actually not that bad. It's like... But you can see a difference, right? It's just like, you know, lim, right arrow, left, right, frac, not equal, frac. And it's just like... Yeah. Like the readability, I think, is a lot better. That part is good. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if like the Haskell is Pandoc, because Pandoc I know is written in Haskell. Is it Haskell or Haskell or Haskell? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so some conversion is already possible, and I think already if you go on types.app and you have a text file, you can upload it and it will try its best to convert it into Typst so that you can jumpstart an old document. I don't know how good the conversion is. I don't think it's amazing, but it is better than nothing right now. Yeah. Definitely, I think for me, the main issue is that, like, everything else right now is still in LaTeX. Like, for example, if I'm writing up a solution to a math problem, and I want to post it on AOPS, it would be a major nuisance to have it in types and then have to convert it to LaTeX so that AOPS's renderer understands it. Or if I'm just collaborating with other people. That's the thing. I hate collaborating with other people. You can't just do whatever you want, you know? Okay, this is Mexico. And then some geo, okay. Yeah, there are some things that Types just very obviously does better than the tech. And I think that's why I'm excited about that. What the frick? No, just don't. What is this problem statement? Let h prime be the reflection of h over the Furrer-back point of the orthic triangle, and let the image of h prime after a negative inversion around the polar circle of ABCBX. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen a statement like that. Alright. Oh, I don't know. It's just this is someone sent this. Yeah, this is a little lineup. And I want to do JMO4 and JMO5, so I'm just gonna say like this is quote unquote after JMO4 and JMO5. Alright. Do we have 7 problems besides that? Looks too. I've been told this is a geo problem, but I don't know where to get this statement, honestly. So So that puzzle is amazing and you should all do it, but I did that puzzle for my team. I was at a restaurant eating pizza because I was like, okay, I'm tired of puzzles. I'm going to take a break for the day. And then what happened was my teammates messaged me on Discord being like, Evan, do this puzzle. And so I ended up doing the puzzle on my laptop through tethered Wi-Fi at the pizza where I was having dinner. And I was like, man, I should have just stayed at the team headquarters a little longer. But yeah, that puzzle's great and you all should do it. In fact, I want to put the puzzle on the screen just to entice you guys to do it. But I obviously shouldn't say too much because I already know the whole solution. But why did the link 404? Oh, did I mess up? Or do I need to? Oh, I need to press public access. Jigsaw Slither link I have not done. I would be willing to. Anyways, yeah, this is a puzzle from this year's mystery hunt. And it looks like this. A hunter, was Hunter Rabbit here? I don't think Hunter. Yeah, anyways, yeah, we'll put Jigsaw Slither link as I kind of did. But anyways, this puzzle is great. You all should do it. You need to press public access, otherwise the link will 404 when it starts. But yeah, that puzzle exists. And oh no. Okay. Alright, we'll put that in. Okay, I think that's enough options for today. Okay. Mexico. Did I get the source wrong? I thought when I opened the link for that problem, that's what the source said. I can double check. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I should vote for the Brazil one because that's been asked so many times, and I do think the problem looks cool. Okay. I mean, the acquitter problem is kind of. All right, we may try it. We'll see. Let me take a shot at the two JMO problems because I do need to eventually finish the set for this year, and oops. Oh my god, it's an FE! No! JMO 5's an FE, actually? Okay, so I definitely need to bring up Miro for this, right? Because this is like... Unfortunately, the remains of my ill-fated JMO Day 1 attempt are still here. Today. Alright. Okay. Whoa. Wow, these are very different pens than I usually have by default. Really? What do I usually use? Like, I just use blue, green, and red of like average thickness, right? It shouldn't be this thick. I can't use something that thick. Yeah, I was. Man, welcome to life. I don't really know what to do about it either. All right, welcome back. So this is JMO4 from the most recent USA Junior Math Olympiad, and in this problem, I have apparently trying out this new tablet thing. We'll see how well it works. I think the tablet might be like way too sensitive. Okay. Wow, this is not. That's actually too sensitive. I don't. I see, because I have 4 monitors and it's mapping the entire tablet to all 4. Um, can I change that? Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, alright, sorry. We're gonna read the manual for a bit. I want to figure out how to do this. Okay, let's set Wacom list devices. I type ID 9. And then X render. Okay, so the big monitor is DP0. So in principle, if I type set Wacom Intuos S pen stylus map to output DP0? Freaking head 0. Okay, did that do anything? Ha! Success. Okay, amazing. Alright, anyways, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Let's try that again. Okay, welcome back. So in this problem, this is JMO4 from the most recent USH JMO, and it goes, you have an n by n grid of squares. And then all the squares are either red or blue. So, you know, red or blue. That looks more like an orange to me, but like whatever. And I would like to... Okay, so if I permute the rows... So if I permute the rows, okay, wait, really? And then also, no matter how you permute the columns, you can always permute the rows to restore the original grid coloring. Huh. Okay. What? Really? Okay, so instead of red or blue, I'm only going to mark the blue squares with an X, because you can imagine like X's and not X's, and you want to permute the X's back to where they were. So if you have just a single X, then it's not possible, for example, right? Like if if I move the X down here in a row operation, no amount of column swapping is going to save you. Actually, in particular, okay. Here's what I can do. All right, along the lines of Steven Stones, welcome back. So there's sort of this signature that you can write where I can write the number of X's in each row and column, and if I'm moving rows around, then these column numbers don't change. So these are like. So these guys are fixed by row ops, and then these guys are fixed by column ops. So in particular, these numbers have to actually be like constant, I think. Right, like if I don't have the same number of, like if I have two unequal numbers, like this 1 and 0, then I can like swap these, and then no column operations will ever save me. So it suffices to consider configurations for which all the numbers are the same. So okay, the most boring examples are like if they're all 0, or if they're all like, I guess, n, in which case the grid is filled. So let's consider now configurations for which there are. Let's take as a first example like the configurations for which there's like ones everywhere. So what that means is I'm looking at configurations for which there's exactly one X in each row and column, or something like this. And the question is, does that work? Maybe that's my first question. Like, is it true that I can, if I do some row operations, I can perform some inverse column operations? Is that true? Feels like it should be. Okay, actually for one, it's like just, you can get any of them, right? Like, for I need a number. We'll let M denote the common number. Number of ones in each row or column. And then for M equals 1, you can get from any state, I think, to any other state. That's just true, I think. So M equals 1 is actually just fine, and there's like some number of this, which is n factorial. And then, okay. Does Miro have keyboard shortcuts? I feel like I should know this. Let's find out. Actually, we'll deal with it later. I'm like curious whether I can like switch pens with the keyboard, so I don't have to. Eraser is E, pen is P. I can at least switch between pen and eraser with the left hand. Okay, so m equals 2 for n equals 3 is actually the same. Because for m equals 2, for n equals 3, like, is actually the same case if you swap the roles of the x's and the not x's. So actually, I think for n equals 3, this is the only restriction. And so for n equals 3, the answer is equal to like 1 plus 6 plus 6 plus 1, which is 14, whatever that number is. Only condition is m. Okay, so that's fine. Let's do a bigger example then. Okay, p paper pen. So for n equals, let's do like 5 and 2 or something. So for n equals 5 and m equals 2, so is it true that if I have two things, then okay, let's I actually don't know. So if I let's take like there's like some more degrees of freedom that I can pick. Wait, actually, how do I do this? Okay, here's an example. All right, so this has 2 per row and column. And the question is, can I always undo any... Well, right now rows and columns are symmetric. And if I start by switching... If I switch these 2 columns so that I end up with... something like that. Is there any amount of row operation? Can I do... Sorry, this is a row operation. So you end up like this. Is there a column thing I can do to restore it? I want to say like no. Did I? Hang on. I didn't mess up n equals 3, right? N equals 3 should just be what I thought it was. Yeah, n equals 3 row and column operations for n equals where n equals 1 or m equals n minus 1 just amount to like they are actually permutations. So something different is supposed to be happening when m is 2. Like, but that feels weird to me that then but okay, I'm right that no row operations are going to save, no column operations are going to do the correct thing, right? Like once I do this row swap, like there's no columns at all that still have. Okay, so this is an example of something where I can't get back. Now, does every... Okay, what is an example of something where I can get back then? So let me do like the most symmetric possible thing, which is might still be no. There might not be any actually. I feel like the more I... So for n equals 3, when m equals 2, it turns out if you do this is okay, because you end up... It's equivalent to permuting like these untouched squares. But here's something different. Like once n is greater, I don't think this example will keep working, because all I have to do is switch... Like if I just switch the first 2 rows or something. Right? And then I end up with like XX. And then something, something, something. Like somehow this pattern no longer appears, right? So it feels like once... If m is like not on the exact edge, Something weird's going on. Okay, let me think how I want to set this up. Yeah. I feel like the answer is just going to be 2 and factorial plus 2 right now. If you ask me to bet on the answer right now, like I bet it's just those corresponding to m equals 0, 1, and minus 1, and I should... Well, right now I'm only swapping 2 rows at a time. Maybe if it's like, if I cycle it, maybe it's the opposite of JMO2. In JMO2, it was like I was trying to do a lot of operations at once, but it's actually easier if you just swap 2 rows. Here it might be the opposite is true, where if I do something that's more symmetric, it's a little cleaner. Yeah, so, I mean, here's the idea, alright? Let's take a column, and a column has some pattern of, you know, each column, if any given column has a pattern of like X's and not X's or something. Well, actually, okay, this is not amazing because... Well, okay, we'll do it this way. Actually, maybe I can just do it. So, like, take some random column. It has some patterns of, or like, dots and red cells and blue cells. And then a row operation means that, I can take whatever. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a really big art, like, where I can take any thing that I want and move it however I want. So, like, for example, I could imagine, like, let me shoot. Okay, I understand what's going on now. Yeah, this is like you want to frame it the right way. But I can perform any permutation that I want on this column, and it'll affect the whole grid. But the net out. Shoot, I want blue. Like something like this, right? I guess this is the thing that like swapped 2 things. And what that means is that this column should appear in my grid somewhere. So you take the entire n by n grid, you zoom into one column like this, and then you're like, okay, I can perform some row operations to, for example, make this column look like this, and then that means that somewhere in the original grid, this particular pattern has to appear. But you can do this with any permutation. Like you can take, like in this example where n equals 7 and m equals 4, I guess. You can get any pattern you want, right? Like if I have, I guess, 7 cells and you can do any permutation you want, you get all the patterns. So the number of columns in the grid always has to be at least n choose m, which is the number of different patterns you can get from these permutations. So this will automatically imply m has to be 0, 1, n minus 1, or n. Yeah, we're still in the JMO. I mean, I think we just finished JMO 4, but I have to write it up. Yeah, but okay, yeah, I'm pretty confident this is how it goes. This should just work. So that gives you the other way, and so these are the only examples. Alright, we did it! Okay, cool. I'm more scared of the functional equation because I'm not good at that kind of functional equation thing. Alright. Oh, I don't want to write this up. Alright, I'll write it up now, and then just so the video is continuous, and then we'll move on to the JMO. What was the solve time on that? How long do I spend on this? Yeah, we'll find out later. Doesn't matter. The all blue coloring, the all red coloring, each of the n factorial colorings. Where every cell, every row column has exactly one red cell. We turn our attention to proving these are the only ones. When showing this, we are only going to use okay, so consider any. So consider a column with. Consider any column in an orderly coloring, where column where what do I say? So okay, note that Rowan. We'll call the coloring. What do we call it? C. C. C also. We'll use A. Note that Rowan can choose any row permutation. Any row permutation that Rowan chooses we'll transform C into some column sigma C, and our assumption is that has to appear somewhere in the original assignment. On the other hand, if there are m I think I should draw a picture, right, and not be a jerk. Well, we'll just pick a random coloring. An example for n equals 7, m equals 2. Dun, ta-da. Today. I was just saying how nice it was that Typst compiles like instantly, and then here we are waiting for it. Okay. Done. So okay, so we'll call this one C, label at 0.50 sigma C. Okay, and then what's a random permutation? Again, move this one to here or something, I don't know. This should be at 8.5, and then we'll draw arrows from like, I don't know, man. We'll just draw some random arrows. 1, comma. Where is a good place to go? 8, comma 4.5. In which case I need the other red cell to go to there. Okay, I need more. Okay, so I just need a permutation, right? So we'll just pick things at random until we get a permutation. 3. I probably should have sorted this a little more neatly. I can make this a little. Maybe I shouldn't have like 10 million concurrent things. 2.5 can go to. Okay, that should eliminate some of the concurrences. Okay, if there are m, the number of possible patterns of column sigma c is easily seen to be exactly and choose m. In particular, if m not in we immediately get a contradiction because A needs too many columns. There are oh shit. I was wrong about using only half the hypothesis. Fix orderly coloring. Moreover, if either m equals 1 or n equals n minus 1, these columns exhaust the entire space of possible these lead to the cases we found before where so the only remaining case is when m equals 0 for every column, i.e. every column is monochromatic. Okay. Yeah, I totally botched this. I thought for a moment we were only going to use like one of the two bullets when we were proving these are the only ones possible. But that's not the case. And the reason is that if you only use one of the bullets, you have these cases where all the columns are monochromatic, but they're not all the same color, and that satisfies one of the directions. And we don't want that case. So yeah, you barely have to use both bullets for the other direction as well. Okay. Alright, so that's that. Where did I put the browser? Is that Alex's problem? Orderly colorings. Yeah. Okay, so I now have to do an FE, right? Okay, well, that's JMO4. For those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. See you all next time. Oh, let's do the FE. Oh god, FEs. Alright, welcome back. So this is the last JMO problem that I still need to do from this year. This is... it's an FE, what can I say, alright? It's just one of these things. Alright. Oh my god. Okay, so... So there's a thing already that I can kind of see where this x squared minus y is... It pairs really well with a lot of... Okay, I'm going to do two things first just to see what they do, alright? The first is I'm going to set y is equal to x squared minus f of x over 2. And the reason this does this is it causes like the ff and the thing to cancel. And this gives you x squared minus f of x times f of x equals f of x squared minus f of x over 2. Fine. The other, we're going to use the p notation, alright? And if I take the given statement when y is x squared over 2, it also will cause a different cancellation, and this one will tell me that f of x... Sorry, did I mess something up? I messed something up already. This is f of x on the right hand side. So... Wait, what am I doing? No. Ignore that. Yeah! Ah! Effie! Ah! Anyways, okay. Set these things equal. Alright, we're gonna make this one equal this one. So y equals x squared over 2. And that gives us something that's actually quite clean. It's like x squared over 2 f of x is equal to that. Okay, I probably should think a little bit about what the answer is, alright? The answer is just going to be x squared. I mean, this equation's... No, hang on. Why is it off by a factor of 2? Frick, I dropped a 2! Ah! Sorry, this is just x squared f x, no 2. Top should be just x squared minus f of x. Correct! Wow. This is sad. Okay, sorry, my bad. X squared, okay, so this is just x squared minus f of x. Okay, this equation basically suggests to me that the answer is probably like 0 and x squared only. Like, I don't think there's any other polynomial that has this property. Yeah, so if f was a degree n polynomial, this is n plus 2 degree, this is n squared, so n equals 2. If I let f equals ax squared... Yeah, it's gonna just be x squared and 0, I think. Okay, fine. Okay, we're gonna just throw. Okay, we're gonna throw in more stuff. All right, we're gonna use the very intelligent strategy of just try random junk until we're out of things to try. Now we're gonna set y equals 0, so the 2y fx term disappears, and that gives me f of x plus f0. Uh, okay. Cool. Can I get f of 0? Is that a thing I can do? Well, okay. So, p of 0, 0 gives f of 0 equals 0. So when I combine it, okay, these are redundant with it. Fine. Okay, we're just gonna keep writing things. P of 0 y gives f of minus y plus 2f of 0 times y equals f of 0, which is 0, great, plus f of y. So I think I just get. Hang on, this doesn't have the right symmetry, right? Like if I just replace y with minus y. No, it does. Is x squared plus a constant valid? Hang on, I better check that. Plus, no, it shouldn't be because of this thing here. But then when I switch these signs. Wait, does x squared plus a constant work? I don't know why. No, that can't be right. Yeah, it can't. It can't be x squared plus a constant, right? Yeah, I don't believe that. So like, I should just be able to like throw random junk at the wall until I get f of 0 equals 0. I hope. I don't know, it just seems like that would make my life a lot bit easier. Because the f of 0 shouldn't really matter, but it's also annoying me, so I just want to be done with it. Um. Okay, here. What if I do this? What if I plug in f0 for x? Then this is some really convoluted statement like f is symmetric around f of 0 squared, or something silly like this. Ah, yeah. Did I take y equals f of 0 yet? Oh, that seems super annoying, actually. Well, actually... I mean, okay, I can do some junk here and get f of 0's... Oh, God. Does someone want to just get f of 0 equals 0 for me so I don't have to do this thing? If I... Okay, let me see. Swing... X equals f0 on the second one. I think that just gives you 0 equals 0, right? If I plug in x equals f0 here. It does something maybe here. If I plug in x, it's like f of 0 squared. Oh, okay. F of 0, no, this specializes to this if I plug in x equals f0. I plug in x equals f0 here. Yeah, this is like f of f0 squared minus f0 is... God. Why? I'm not missing a solution, right? Like, it is just... The quadratic solution is just x squared. Why is it so... Why is I'm struggling so much to get the... Oh, here. If I plug in x equals 1 here, and x equals 1 here, those combine to give f0 equals 0, right? Wait, that feels really strange. Let me double check I got that right. ff1, 1 half. That's very fortunate. Okay, never mind. Okay, great. All this, okay. So, combining, in particular, combining p1 1 half and p1 0 gives f of 0 equals 0 right away. Alright, yeah! Plug in x such x. Plug in x such fx equals 0. Wait, what? Okay, anyways, now all this junk doesn't matter. So I can hide this, hide this. Well, actually maybe I don't want to hide this. Okay, anyways, great. So we got f of 0 equals 0. Now the upshot is that so now we have this sentence, which I think is really good, which is that f of x is both f of x squared and also equal to x squared f of x. Also, it's even. I guess even actually just follows anyways. We don't need a separate statement. Like this sentence already tells you f is even, because when I swap x with minus x here, you know, this doesn't change, this doesn't change. Okay. Right, so now I can do the FFF trick, but the FFF trick is really powerful now because I can denest the f's in like a million different ways. Not a million, probably more like on the order of how many ways can I denest it? It's like pinch, pinch. Oh, I don't know. We'll find out. All right. So on the one hand, for example, one way I can denest it is f of f is f squared equals f of x to the 4. Another way I can denest it is to do the inside one. Like I can also write this as f of x squared. I need to get this right. F of thing is x to the 4th, f of x. This feels more useful. I feel like I want to eventually not have, well, okay. The other inner nest I can do is this is like f of x squared. Hang on, I've messed something up. This doesn't match. Should be degree 8, right? It's like f of x to the 4th, f of x squared or something. And on the other hand, it's also equal to like, oh Jesus Christ. It's like f of x squared and then 1 fewer f. Okay, I guess that's how you get it with no nesting at all. Yeah, I'm not good at this kind of thing. So f of f. Okay, so here's one other way to nest it. And then, okay, the other thing you can do is take the thing inside, which is in f of x, pull it out, and get that. And now this f of x is like two different things. It's like it's nested so deeply. Oh my god. F of x outside squared times f of x inside squared. Or it could also equal f of x squared times x squared times f of x. So like, dude, I don't know any, like, what are all these f's? Dude, there's too many F's. Fee-fi-fo-fum, yeah, fee-fi-fo-fum. Yeah, there's like so much power. It's like I have so much power, I don't know what to do with it, kind of thing. Like, there's so many, like, monomial statements that you get out of this. It's just like, well, which ones do I actually use? So I like this one that says f of either. Oh lord. I don't know. Did I even finish all the possible denestings? I feel like I didn't use all the possible ones. Okay, this is a terminal. And then this inside. Okay, we'll just run with it this way. Oh yeah, the other thing is that, yeah, that's a good point. Like, the original equation up here can kind of be denested now, so this is f of, like, just x squared. Which is pretty good. Yeah, that seems pretty... Yeah, I wonder if I can literally just, like... Well, okay, there's like a stupid point. Like, it's this not really point-wise. It's like, if I know that x squared, f of x squared is not 0, then f of x equals plus minus x squared. Which is this... It's not a normal point-wise trap. It's like, if an unrelated value is non-zero, then this other value is plus minus. The plus minus really sucks. Like, it's like bad in like more than one way. Oh, Jesus Christ. I wonder if this equation will save me. Because we think that f of x is like usually... Well, I'm not quite sure what that's saying actually. Try y equals 2x squared. Oh, right. Okay, we have... okay, that's good. Because we have this evenness thing now. Okay, so p... So, what was it? If p of 0, y implies even... Okay, and then the line of attack is... Now that we have even, we can rewrite this as y minus x squared, and this as x squared. So now if I take 2x squared as that value, and then... Okay, so now these two annoying crap thingies die, and then we get 4x squared times f of x is equal to f of 2x squared. Actually, it's still... There's a factor of 2, which is, I mean, not the end of the world. Yeah, I wonder at this point, like, given that there's, like, literally 4 towers, if I should just say, like, if f of 1 equals 1, or f of 1 equals 0. Because at least, like, 1 behaves nicely, right? Like, if you do f of 1, it's like, okay, like, fine. Like, f of 1 is either 1 or 0. And then if it's, depending on which one, you, like, plug in one of them and pray. Yeah, because there was this kind of, if you plug in like 1 here, right, like 4x, depending on whether f of 1 is 1 or 0, you'll either get like, you get like this relation between like y and 1 minus y that should maybe do something. Okay, do none of these things here actually give me what I want, though? Okay, here. Alright, we're just gonna run. Okay. Okay, suppose t is a value, is any... Suppose t is such that f of t squared is not 0. Then the above equalities imply what? Like, so t to the 4th f of t squared is equal to f of t squared implies f of t equals plus minus t squared. And then f of t squared equals f of t cubed t squared implies... Okay, so I think this like will get you a normal-ish pointwise trap. Okay, yeah, there you go. So what this means is that f of x, together with evenness of f, this implies f of x is either minus x squared, 0, or plus x squared for every x. So now I have to double check. Minus x doesn't work. Minus x squared doesn't work, right? I didn't just miss that? Shit, does minus x work? Minus x squared? So I'm going to be really annoyed. Shit, minus x squared might be a solution. Shit, it might be a solution. Ah, crap. Minus x squared is a solution, isn't it? Hell no. Minus doesn't work? Wait, no. Am I crazy? Like, minus... No, I think minus x squared works, right? Like, both sides are just minus x to the 4 minus y squared. Yeah, I think minus x squared. F equals fx squared. No, it works. That's true. Both sides are minus x to the 4. Yeah, yeah. Like. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Oh my god. Like single pointwise trap was not single. Like 2 values is not bad. Was not bad enough. Now we have 3 values, but like I think this is the thing that I want. Where this is true. So. Yeah, this is true. So now that I have this, at least it's not like you know, you only have a few cases now. So we're gonna just plug in y equals 1, all right, and then I think this will take care of like almost every value of. Okay, so we're just gonna claim. Did I define a claim environment, actually? I think I did, right? Okay, cool. So far, I don't think I've used this top thing. I mean, I could use this top thing as a crowbar. It's gonna be ugly as heck, but suppose f of x. Does this tell me anything I don't already know? I don't think it does. I don't think this will help. I think I want like. Okay, we're gonna. We'll optimize this later. I think I can make this pretty short. Okay, anyways, we're gonna just look at p of x1 because I bet like there's not gonna be enough room for it to escape that. So p of x1 gives the sentence f of 1 minus y. Shiba. No, we're gonna use x equals y equals 1. All right. F of 1 minus y plus 2y times f of 1 equals f of 1 plus f of y. And for almost every value of y, like this will not. Do I have to split into 3 cases? I mean, I could. Oh god, this is gonna be. Okay, if f1 equals 1, well, let's say f1 equals 0 first. That's probably easier. Then, okay, we're gonna rope in both 1 and minus 1. All right, just so that this doesn't spiral too far out of control. Cause they're equal anyways. The idea is that. Actually, these are the same equation. Never mind. Don't bother. So f of 1, if f of 1 equals 0, then we know f of y is equal to f of y. And so, hence for any y, such that, well, okay. Yeah, this should just work, right? Like, there's supposed to be squares. Like, as long as the absolute value of y is not equal to y, we conclude f equals 0. And then finally, to manually get the edge case of like, what are the edge cases? 1/2? Like f of 1/2 or something? Then take like, I don't know, p of literally anything. 2, and then like 7 halves. Yeah, and I think something like this should work for every value. We're going to just use plus minus 1. Because I think the two cases are going to be exactly the same. Equals plus minus 1. This one's a little more annoying. So yeah, there's technically 9 cases, each of which has like, oh my lord. I mean, it has to work is the thing, right? Like it's just wow, this is so obnoxious. I'm just gonna do plus 1 so I don't have to think about the minus signs. For any y such that y is greater than 1,000, like if y is absolute value greater than 1,000, well, okay, I'll actually write it out. Wait, if f works, then shouldn't minus f work? Oh, good point. All right, yeah, okay. Well, we'll just, okay, that just means the other case is the same. Great. Thank you for cutting the casework by a factor of 2. Okay, so note that for any number, know that as long as the absolute value of y is greater than 1,000, only the first equation can hold. Consequently, we deduce that f of So, okay, I'll do it properly. Each of the last 8 equations is a polynomial, is a non-constant polynomial of polynomial identity. Non-identity. I'll just say non-trivial polynomial equation. Hence, there is some constant c such that the latter 8 equations are all false for any real number y with y. Well, we'll just do it one half. Consequently, f of y equals y squared for y bigger than c. finally, for any proves f of z equals z squared 2. Oh, God, heffies. Okay, this works, right? Because now this will be... Yeah, like, okay, whatever. Alright. And then the other minus thing is the same. Alright. So this will work. This is like about as textbook. I don't know. It's a good tutorial problem, I think. Maybe, no, tutorial is the wrong word. Because it felt like it used like a lot of standard techniques, but each of them in like a pretty obvious way. Or something. I don't know. Right, like this is cancellation, more cancellation, triple F, pointwise. It's like all the stuff that the beginners are supposed to know. Test every one of them. There might be a shorter solution too, but I feel like this is already pretty clean. Alright, well, let's type this up. Alright. Okay, prove combine P1 1/2 with P1 0. And as usual, this is loading at PXY, be the px0 respectively give f of x equals okay. Repeating this key identity several times gives, hence the claim holds for x greater than 0. On the other hand, okay, well, we'll do f is even separately. Proof. No. Do I need even much later? P. I don't think we really use evenness, right? 0y gives f is even. Okay, you know, I'm gonna put these in an array. So that they don't take up as much vertical space. Should be LLL aligned probably. It's better. Oh shit, I have an extra answer here. An extra and sign here for that matter. Okay, I didn't plan this well. RIR? I'm gonna permute the order of the entries. The answer is f of x. Yeah, I'm annoyed I didn't actually notice x minus x squared worked until the end. Okay, we're gonna move even out actually. I feel like it's a little conceptually. Yeah, okay. This is the most textbook functional equation that I've seen in a while. I think something about the... I don't know if it's just like confirmation bias, but I feel like when I saw the given equation, I was like, this shouldn't be too hard. Just because there's no, like... There's no conceptual roadblocks or something. What do I mean by this? Like, it's not wrapped. There's a y that's sitting outside. It's possible to set a lot of things equal. There's a double f in a single place, and everything else is a single f, so you'll be able to do likely some sort of f of f nesting. It's just like, I don't know. There's nothing that stops the substitutions from working pretty well. Like I think even though I was like kind of stuck on f0 equals 0 for a while, I don't know. In like the really worst case where you cannot force f0 equals 0, you just like let c equals f0 and then move on with your life. And it'll be like super annoying because it'll be everywhere, but it shouldn't stop this method from working, I think. Obviously, like you prefer to get f0 equals 0 and it feels like there shouldn't be a reason to stop you, but it's kind of like everything you do yields two different expressions that you can show are equal. Like there's no structure in the given equation that would cause you to get like 0 equals 0 type equations. Oh well, let's just write this. This equation is simple enough, I don't even feel like I need to display it. It's not one of those things that has like this really big fraction. Yeah, I'm not grading this problem, so I have no idea. I haven't been paying any attention to what the marking scheme looks like. Although, even if I knew, I don't think I'm allowed to say. But I actually just haven't been watching at all. FE. Yeah, triple pointwise. What's a good name? Like, so normal pointwise is if f takes one of two values, right? I mean, I guess I can write 3-value pointwise trap. If I write triple pointwise trap, that seems to do the wrong thing because the normal pointwise trap would be a double pointwise trap. So I don't know. What else? It's just enough here. Okay, great. We finished the JMO. It's Carl's problem? Okay. Feels like the kind of FE Carl would send in. Was there anything shorter than what I did? Nothing really. Oh my god. Compare coefficients. That doesn't bode well. Ooh. Wow, these are actually quite long. I was expecting... Oh, this is cute. Okay, if you use x comma y squared. Wait, how does that work? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's pretty cute. Okay. Oh, that's smart. I like this. Anyways, oh god, someone's differentiating. It might work in this case, actually, because they do actually seem to understand. Wow, that is so... It's not wrong. It does imply differentiable. Oh, right, I forgot something important. Which obviously work. Ha. Also, I typoed this. This should be -1. Alright, we're done with JMO. Yeah, that is cute though. The idea that you put y squared in here and then it's super symmetric. Oh, that's very smart. Uh, that's good. That's better than what I had. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, but also shame on me for not realizing minus x squared works. Like, I guess I would have checked more carefully anyways because I was being sloppy. Because I do say, like, if you are feeling stuck on an FE, please double check. Like, literally plug in, like, ax squared plus bx plus c. Make sure you didn't miss anything. So I would have noticed eventually if I had kept being stuck. But also I feel like I should have noticed earlier anyways. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, JMO 6 was USMO 5. Which I did offline. Yeah, that was an experience. Yeah, that problem was hard. Whew. Yeah. It's funny because, like, when I was doing JMO 6, I did actually find the, I eventually found the one short solution. It turns out there's, like, there's this other very short solution that by angle chasing. I don't know if it's been posted on the thread yet, but at some point I will type it up and post JMO notes. I just haven't, I still need to do the USMO. I've only looked at the Geo. But anyways, without further ado, we've been meaning to do this problem forever. It's about time. Okay, everyone, welcome back. This is Brazil 2021 problem 3. You want to you have irrational alpha greater than 1 such that alpha to the n is k less than a square. Huh. Yeah, it's about time I did this one. Holy shoot. So the thing that bothers me is that, like, oh god, I don't know I have no idea what the answer is. Such alpha exists. It is possible to set this up. And, like, the general idea behind, if you want to set something like this up, let's give an example, alright? Suppose I take, like, 3 plus root 5 to the n. Then this, if you add it to 3 minus root 5 to the n. So this number is an integer because the root 5 parts cancel out. And if I denote it by xn, this xn satisfies some recursion. I just made up, I think this example was like an normal I did in my last year of high school. That's why I picked 3 plus root 5. But this xn will satisfy some linear recurrence. So fine, linear recurrence, okay. I have no idea what the initial values are. I guess they're like 6. Well, okay, the initial values are, oh my god. Holy crap. X1 equals 6, X2 equals 28, and then Xn plus 2 is like... Okay, so this characteristic polynomial is like 6 and 4. So you can actually find specific values of alpha for which you have really good control over floor alpha to the n. And the issue is that linear recurrences can always output squares. I'm afraid I'm gonna eat my words. But linear recurrences could always output squares. Is that true? That's true. And here's how you can do it. Actually, let me give you an example of an alpha that works, alright? So this is like a random linear recurrence I cooked up. You know, whatever. I'm just cooking, okay? Let's consider yn. Let's consider xn squared. I'm not even going to define a name for it. So this one is 9 plus 6 root 5. And then whatever the inner, like this is 8. 9 minus 6 root 5. And so now we have our first prototype. 9 plus 6 root 5 to the n for all sufficiently large n will be like xn squared minus 8. And this is just true. Which is terrifying. Because I just made up crap and I got a construction for k equals 8. And you can imagine in general this will do... I can build a lot of things this way, I think. Like, I feel like I should just be able to build a lot of examples of this shape. So, in general, if I generalize this as much as I can, what's the procedure? If I have, that seems wrong. Did I fuck up? What did I mess up? 9. Sorry, not 9, not 9. 14. But the thing is, the problem doesn't care what the value of alpha is, right? It cares that I have, like, some value. Okay, also just for concreteness, x0 is like 2. So in general, suppose I have irrational numbers like they monopolized alpha. I would have used alpha and beta, but alpha is already in the problem statement. No, my Greek letters! What does these are? S. Such that x, t, this is an integer quadratic. Then we can construct and r greater than 1 greater than s. So then I can construct the sequence xn is equal to r to the n plus s to the n, which is an integer sequence, and then xn squared minus... Wait, shit, am I stupid? Sorry, this is an a to the n, not... Ah, Shiba. Never mind. No, ignore what I just said. Freak. Okay, never mind. So if I want this idea to work, I actually need specifically... I need the product to be 1, right? If I want to... Okay, so I can construct t equals 2. Fine. So, okay, here. We're gonna just cut everything in half, alright? Oh, shit. I was hoping that this would give me a strategy that would let me, Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so now instead of a, yeah, a to the n is wrong. This is just 2. So, okay, is this fine now? This is, cake was 2 works, right? I hope. Can someone check that I'm not screwing this up? 2 times 4 to the n, yeah. Yeah. So if I want product 1 specifically, I see. Okay. Oh sheep. Okay. Sorry, my bad. 3. Wait, k equals 3 is the only one that works? Okay, that's a very big spoiler. But also, seriously? It's not that big of a spoiler. Wait, what? I mean, okay, maybe it's not that. I don't know. This is greater than 0. Anyways, okay. Really? 3? Anyways, okay. Anyway, here's the random construction I came up with. All right, it's a construction. Okay. That's so scary though. Cause I mean, I need to somehow force this to be the only kind of construction. What? Wait, how am I gonna show? I was really hoping I could just construct every k. Because then I'm like, okay, then I have a plan. But if you want to show that a value of k can't work, well, that's gonna be interesting. Because you don't even know, like, alpha is a real number. Like, you don't even know it. Like, maybe I would believe you if you told me, it's like an algebraic number, so you can write the other Galois conjugates and, like, pray, even though most of the Galois conjugates might not be less than 1. But, okay. If it's like a random real number, now... Really? How are you gonna do this? Like, okay, if it's a random real number, I have to use inequalities of some shape now, right? Like, you cannot use just number theoretic methods because alpha, like, real numbers are too big. It's not that bad. I don't believe you. This seems pretty bad. Oh yeah, okay. Anyways, let's say like alpha to the n is I have to write inequalities now because alpha could be real, and if alpha doesn't have Galois conjugates over q, like none of my integer polynomial stuff has any chance of working. So anyways, the sequence of numbers such that this is like true. Okay, they're irrational, so I can. Like I guess this is a true fact. And like what? Like like how am I gonna extract k equals 3 though? Like I don't. Heck, what on earth? I'm gonna change this statement to say floor alpha. Feels weird seeing minus written out in text. Like, something special has to happen when k equals 3. But I can't imagine what that would be. So I have these like size. I don't know, man. Do I take logs? That seems pretty bad. So okay, I have this alpha. It's like, oh no, it's awful. Actually, maybe I can just use the inequalities I get. I don't see an endgame, but I don't have options. I feel like there's very few things seem like they will feasibly do anything. So let's imagine I have like x here, all right, and then lo and behold, and alpha is the thing that we don't have any control over. So I mean, I guess what I do is I write like I get two inequalities out of this, right? Like one of them says y squared minus k is less than alpha x squared minus k plus 1, and then the other one says the other thing, but no, I flipped it. Sorry, alpha is on the side on the other one. And what I'm gonna I think so what I'm gunning for is well, okay. Well, I guess what I'm trying to do is divide and get alpha sandwich between two things. So I need to make sure I don't mess up all the signs, but I think this implies y squared minus k, x squared minus k plus 1 over here, and then x squared minus k, y squared minus k plus 1. And it's like this Pell-like equation that is supposed to have infinitely many solutions. I hope. Maybe. Pray? I think something's wrong. I feel like I flipped something. Something's flipped. Shiba. Y is on the other side here. Okay, great. Now what? We cross multiply and pray? I think it's just this identity is always true though, right? Is it? I can't tell by looking actually. I'm just gonna cross multiply and pray because I literally don't have any ideas. This is just true, right? I don't think this buys anything, like, at all. Hey, welcome to the stream. If you don't know who I am, I'm Evan. I coach like high school math contests. This is a thing where every Friday my kids throw problems at me, and I try to solve them with varying amounts of success. Yeah, so this identity is just true. Like, as x squared minus k and y squared minus k are both positive, so it's like this is not going to do anything. But I don't. Solving your book for IOQM. Which contest is IOQM? Oh. I see. It's India's team selection. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Like, how am I gonna get through? Like, all right. Good luck. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? Ah. Uh. Uh. As an equality using what? Remainders? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so if I take like this a square root of alpha, like somehow I can take a square root of alpha and it's like not losing any information. So then it's just a thing of like, I mean, yeah, I don't really have a choice. Like there's, all right, we're gonna delete all this stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna just use like alpha to the 2n. All right, I'm just gonna only look at the even indices so that I can, because I don't think it makes, well, it's equivalent, and I'm just trying to show k has to be 3. So we're gonna write it this way. This way, like, you know, we think x sub n is about alpha to the 2n. And then there's like a remainder Rn. Actually, we'll call it epsilon n. The point is epsilon n is between 0 and 1. And like, now what? Like, okay. Yes, my typing speed is one of the things I do better than other people. No, I'm not like as fast as some of the people who play typewriter and stuff, but I'm a lot faster than average people. That is true. Now play around with this equation. That's not helping. Oh, actually, hang on. Alpha. Are you telling me I'm going to try to take a difference of squares, and then each of these is also like... I'm about like 150-ish, I think. I'm not 100%. It's been a while since I've measured it. But, Okay, actually, I can get behind this. So, alpha to the n minus x sub n. Okay, this is clearly some big positive number. This is some number that is, not very big. Like, this is big. And then alpha to the n was, like, close to a square. Wow, okay, I'm really glad I used 2n now. This number was close to a perfect square, right? Like, alpha to the n was supposed to be... Hmm. From which country? I mean, I go to school at MassTech, so you can probably work out which country I'm in from there. Okay, actually, yeah, this difference of square size constraint is actually really good. Um, can I iterate this? I feel like I should be able to iterate this. Like, if I have an alpha... Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, alright? So, like, alpha to the n was, like, whatever... Like, fix a particular index. Like, and there's some integer, like... Here, we'll... Thank you, Firemaster U, for the follow. I'm just going to write it up to 8 just so that I can see what's going on. This is like alpha to the 8n. Oh, no, sorry. Squares only go... Okay, I can't keep doing this because the squares only go up one step. Thank you, I'm interested in math for the follow as well. Okay, anyways, yeah, this thing is like big, right? Like, this is really big. And alpha to the n minus x sub n. So we knew alpha to the n is like... I see. The fact that it's a square is giving me a difference of squares, and that's why I can pin something hard. So alpha to the n... I'm trying to imagine... Okay, in the example we know, we think k is 3, right? K equals 3 is the value that we decided is... We think is the only possible one. So this thing is like... In reality, this number is pretty close to... I don't see how k equals 3 is going to pop out of this. I agree this feels like it should be what I'm doing. Because now we have some control over this. Because we know alpha to the n was like... Here. Okay, well, I changed my mind. We're going to bring in... We're going to use the indices the way that they were meant to be used. So we're actually going to go back to using 2n here. And the point is that we also know that alpha to the n is xn squared minus k plus some epsilon. So this implies it's like xn squared minus x2n minus k plus epsilon n times alpha to some something here which is like really big because alpha to the n grows exponentially large in it's literally exponential. It's equal to epsilon 2n minus k. So this thing is like huge. And what that kind of... This is almost what I want, actually. It's like, now you know xn squared is... Okay, we're gonna... Okay, just take n big enough, right? I guess the point is xn squared is like I don't even know how to write this. Just like O of alpha to the minus n. Like this thing is tiny. It barely is anything. And this is an integer sequence. Epsilon n. Okay, so right. So yeah, at this point, like, I guess the point is, okay, xn squared. Okay, the other thing is between 0 and 1. So for large enough n, xn squared is like xn 2k minus k plus something which is like at most. Epsilons are positive, right? As epsilon n is positive. And the other thing is like. It's like between 0 and 1, it's positive. This thing is some negative offset. I'm writing an integer thing. This is equal to epsilon n. I think the important thing is that the signs are. Okay, so like it's the difference of two things which are. This is between 0 and 1 strictly. This is also between 0 and 1 strictly. So this has to actually be like totally sharp. Like this has to equal 0 because it's an integer. It's strictly greater than -1. It's strictly less than 1. Where'd the -1 come from? Did I flip something? Shit, it's minus here. Never mind. Okay, but the sum of two. Yeah, okay, it's same logic. The right hand side is an integer between 0, -2, and 0, strictly. So it's -1. In other words, for large enough n, we have the relation xn squared equals x2n plus k minus 1. And even with no alpha, I have a hard time believing this would happen for almost all k. No, actually, sorry, that's a lie. The indices are fine. But I can sort of like unwind this. Right, like I can. If I go back to the, we're gonna let f of s. Well, let's let f of t equal t squared minus k minus 1. All right, and basically we're trying to gun, whatever. Then, like floor alpha to the. Like let's take some offsets so that we don't run into too small issues. Equals f applied so x is where the sequence of Shiba. I need to be a little careful. x to the m times 2 to the n. I should use different parameter names. Whatever, it's... do I want to use n? We'll use e for the exponent. You iterate this a ton of times. This x sub m squared minus k plus some epsilon m to the e. But we also have this recursion, so this is equal to f of f applied a bunch of times to xm. Minus k plus epsilon m times 2 to the e. Squared. And we know x sub m is about well, I mean, I'll write it in explicitly, right? Like this is square root of alpha to the m plus k minus epsilon m. Maybe I don't even need, do I want to iterate it a bunch of times, right? So that the integerness like stacks or something. I guess the question is like, how do you iterate this function a bunch of times? So I know how to iterate like t squared minus 2-ish kind of thing, but so I should know how to iterate it for so t squared minus 2 is like a little special somehow, because you can do like this 1 plus 1 over u thing, and then when you iterate it, that function kind of actually stays under control. Whereas if you iterate like yeah, the difference of square things is where we're getting leverage here. And then somehow, okay, yeah. Man, how do you come up with problems like this? Can't imagine. So I feel like wait, I feel like I messed something up. But yeah, the size should orbit, like the size should go out of control or something. Um, if you keep having these offsets somehow. Should I be using the fact that so like in addition we also know that this is like all the epsilons are going to be really close to this is like epsilon 2n, right? Like in addition to knowing the recursion for the xk's, we also do know something about the epsilons, which is that they're all really close to 1. Or are you really close to 1? Yeah, all the epsilons have to be really close to 1, so I don't... You can get explicit. Yeah, yeah. It's like epsilons are super close to 1, so it's kind of like, yeah. I don't know, man. Is boundation a typo for foundation or bounding for Twitch chat? Yeah, the problem, like I'm staring at this being annoyed because when k minus 1 equals 2, I actually know how to like loop the function, but like for any other value, like I can do k equals 1. Like when k equals 1, I can see that this is not going to be true. Because then f of t is, yeah. But like, how do you iterate t squared minus 1? Is that a thing you can do? If I make a, like the basic premise is I want to make a substitution. I should know how to do this. I know how to iterate t squared. I know how to iterate t squared minus 2. Can I iterate... Actually, even the 2 case is pretty... T squared minus 2 is not great. Like, I guess it's not easy to write explicit. Can I go... No... Wait, is this like the recursion in the Mandelbrot set? No, it suddenly occurred to me. I feel like I've... Hang on. Is that why I can't characterize it? Ah, it's the Mandelbrot. We're looking at the real part of the Mandelbrot set. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, that means that I'm deluding myself if I think I can iterate any value. Okay, minus 1. Yeah, there's no close form in that case. Because the Mandelbrot set is complicated. Okay. Man, it's so tempting because I know exactly how to do k equals, like k minus 1 equals 0 and k minus 1 equals 2. Okay, fine. Never mind that. What do I do now? What if I just take this thing and stick it back in here? Does that kill k, actually? I think that kills k, right? Okay, we're gonna drop the iteration idea because I don't want to do dynamic system crap. Now, okay, alpha to the n is actually equal to x to n plus minus 1 minus epsilon n. Okay, putting this back in. Okay. I mean, sure. So I mean, I've done reindexing. So like the x's are... Okay, I feel like I need to jump back a layer, right? Like if I take this and replace everything with 2, it's like 2. No, wait, what am I doing? Hang on, I suddenly got confused again. Like, so I have x sub 2n is really close to... Wait, what the hell? Wait, I feel like... Hang on. Why is this giving me information? This feels like it shouldn't give me information. Yeah, this doesn't... Yeah. I do like this, the fact that this version doesn't have a k in it. Like, now I have a sequence of integers. Well, I want to use the fact that it's like... Okay, how about this? I'm gonna square this, alright? Alpha to the 2n is then equal to x2n minus 1 squared minus... And on the other hand... On the other hand, we know that it's supposed to be like k less... Oh, but the problem is this can be pretty big, right? I think? I feel like I just ran myself into a loop. Well, okay, the upshot is that this doesn't have an epsilon 2n in it, or a k in it. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm just getting, like, this thing is equal to 1 in some really convoluted way. But this feels closer. Like, it's like... We think the epsilons are all pretty close to 1. That's the thing. Yeah, actually, epsilons are really, really close to 1. So this ought to... I should write it that way, I guess. So... Right, okay, here. So epsilon n is minus, so it's like 1 minus also for large enough n we now have, okay, so plus, okay, so we're going to write this as minus epsilon n minus 2, 1 minus epsilon n yeah, I think this equation felt really good because it's like, oh wow, I have a alpha to the n is, you know, something. Anyways, Anyways, yeah. So sorry, I somehow put the -2 in subscripts. Um, but yeah, the claim is that this thing is tiny, right? Like this thing is some very small positive number, which is in the interval like is this bound good enough? Do I need a better bound? I might need to be a little less crude about this. I mean, I could, okay, you want me to just throw this at that and then... I feel like I need like pretty tight... Like the point is this thing is really, really close to 1. I mean, okay, I guess the end game is that this thing might be pretty close to like... If I just set these equal, do I get anything? I get like some stuff with... Okay. This is gonna be rough. All right, we're just gonna dive in. Epsilons are numbers between 0 and 1 that they're the fractional parts when you take the floor of alpha to the n. So they're defined in this line here. Oh lord. So the point is that this is epsilon to n. Okay, so we're gonna just cancel the crap that shows up and oh my lord. So on the one hand I have like -4x2n plus 4 -2 1 minus epsilon n. Okay, why don't I just substitute in the thing instead of trying to guess at it? So we're going to get rid of all the epsilon n's by doing this substitution. Plus... Because 1 minus epsilon n is something really, really small, and we're going to write it that way. Okay, so the equation I get is this monstrosity. This doesn't feel very... I want to get rid of the x sub 2n as well. So that everything is in terms of... Well, okay, actually, maybe... This I don't feel like I did this very well. Why is it not? Wait, what did I do? K minus 1. What? The x sub 2n is still causing me a problem. Where's minus 3? There's a minus 3 in left. Wait, I don't. Oh, here. This thing. Yeah, so this is a small positive number. So when I take the floor, it's like, yeah, when you take the floor, you round down. Like, if I have an integer t and then I'm taking the floor of t minus 2.01, that floor is t minus 3. Or, oh my god, holy shit. Wait, I feel like this isn't good. X sub 2n is actually a lot bigger than x sub n, right? No? Is it? No. X sub 2n is about the size of alpha to the n, and x sub n is something a lot smaller. So here the dominating term is alpha to the n. Like this is basically k over alpha to the n. X sub 2n is also basically alpha to the n. So this thing will like... Wait, something's really wrong. I messed something up. So the sizes are not matching at all. Because this x sub 2n is very close to alpha to the n. So this fraction is almost just 1. And now there's this really big thing floating around. So something's wrong. Alright, let's backtrack. Boom, boom, boom. Minus 1, minus 2, plus 1 minus epsilon to the... Oh shit, this is a plus sign. Or something. Okay, let me fix this. There's no 2's. Okay, wow, life just became a lot easier. Jesus, okay. There's no minus 2 here either. Oh, that was stupid. Okay, so this thing goes away. This goes away. This 4 that I drew out of nowhere goes away. Yeah, and then this minus, yeah. Okay, 2x sub 2n. So this thing is very close to 0. This is a minus k. This is very close to 1. We are trying to get k equals 3. Epsilons are... In general, every epsilon is really close to 1. So it's like 2 equals... 2 plus epsilon equals minus... Okay, I flipped another sign somewhere. What did I mess up? What did I mess up? Oh, minus here. Okay. Oh, but that's not good then, because then this doesn't tell me anything, right? Like, it... Yeah, this doesn't give me any new information. Like, I know this is like... Okay, actually, but here. Alright, here. This thing is close to 0. So I'm just gonna write like... So alpha to the n and x to the 2n. Like x sub 2n is a lot bigger because it's... No, wait, what? Well, okay, well, the point is this is less than like k over 2 alpha to the... Which did I get the sign right? One of these is bigger. Alpha to the n... is larger. Yeah, so this is the way I want it to go. And then once I get here... Like, the point is, this is bounded by a constant, right? Like, this whole thing is bounded by a constant. So this is, yeah, this whole right-hand side is bounded by a constant, because this is up to 2k-ish. Bam, and then here. So in order for these to match, these two things have to actually be equal by taking n, because this whole... This entire blob... I'll write it like this. This entire offset is bounded above by some function of k. Okay, I think this is the foothold I need. So, like, because this 1 minus epsilon, I actually need this. I thought I could just treat this as, like, almost 0, but I actually need a little more care. I need to say this thing times x sub 2n is... Wait, what? Did I flip the sign? Shit, did I flip the sign? Oh no. Well, okay, actually it doesn't matter. I'll just drop the factor of 2. So this whole thing is bounded by like... $2k... Yeah, the whole thing is bounded by like less than 2k. And then meanwhile, this thing is minus k plus epsilon 2n. And squares get farther and farther apart over time. So like for a sufficiently large n, these two error terms have to actually match. But we actually have very good control over the error term, because we have an explicit expression for this. So that means I can set these two error terms equal, and it will tell me what? As the squares get farther apart, the error terms must coincide. So for large enough n, we need to identify... So 2 times 1 minus epsilon n, which, as I said, so this is sort of the main term. It's like... And then the other two terms are like... whatever the hell they are. So every epsilon is 1 minus O of alpha to the minus n. We're gonna throw away that extra precision now, because I don't care about the little pieces. So this is O of alpha to the minus 2n. Well, actually, I'm just gonna write little O1. I don't even care what it is. Is that bad? I think little o of 1 is fine, right? Oh, this is like, so this epsilon 2n is also 1 minus little o of 1. Plus little o of 1. This is k, k. And this thing here, it will be like very, very close to 1/2. I got swindled. Something's wrong. Okay, let me not we think k is supposed to be equal to 3, right? So this is like 3 minus 1 over 1/2. Oh, I dropped the factor of 2. That's why. Okay. Wait. What? No. Stop. No! Oh, this doesn't tell me anything new. Because this is close to 1. And this is also close to 1. Really? This doesn't tell me anything? I finally got the error terms to line up. Lame. Shiba. 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 Yeah, I feel like I don't know. Can I pump? Like, is there more info to pump out? Like, I feel like I wasn't expecting. I feel like this was supposed to give me the same thing I already had. Yeah, I think it all basically does, right? Like, if I take 1 minus epsilon n and I plug in this thing, it's not quite nothing, but it's like pretty much nothing, right? Like this thing is just about as, like this thing is very close to this, and like unless I'm like comparing the error, like I that's like sand. That's like grains of sand level of precision. Like, I don't know if I can. Like epsilon n is like one. Epsilon n is like basically one, I guess. Like. But the issue is that it's not so close to this term doesn't vanish. This term is it's pretty much k over 2 x up to n, right? Like it's like this is pretty much this. Or like k minus 1 over that. Like I don't know. Like, do you want me to do the surgery? Like, with like analyzing the really tiny error term. I mean, I'm like maybe it'll work. I can't really tell. But it seems like really precise. Alpha to the n minus epsilon n is always an integer. I mean, yes, that is true. I don't see why that does anything though. Like it. Do you teach on remaining days? I only stream on Fridays now, basically. Like I run Otis, which is like an Olympia training program, but that's not meeting based. That's all in sync. Epsilon n is roughly c over alpha to the n. Wait, what? No, that's false. Epsilon n is close to 1. You want 1 minus epsilon n? Yeah, but we have that, right? Like this equation says 1 minus epsilon n is basically 1 over 2 alpha to the n. Like we have this. I just don't see why that helps, right? Like if you use that bound here, like great. This is basically k, and this is basically k minus 1, which is what we expected. Like I can try to be more careful with the estimate, but it's gonna be really nasty, right? Like the level of precision that you would need to, like, or it's like you want, like if you want me to use this thing, like you're basically asking me to like show that alpha is an algebra. What? Okay, now I have no idea what's going on. What? You show alpha's algebraic with inequalities? That's gotta be a first. The frick? How do you prove a number is algebraic with inequalities? That's a thing you could do. Like, what? I, Unless you're telling me that I'm not supposed to be using inequalities. Ah, Shiba. Okay, I thought no, but no. Come on, there's still an epsilon 2 in here. Like I think. There's an epsilon 2n. Like there's a freaking epsilon 2n. You can't get rid of that thing. Like okay. If you want me to show it's algebraic, that means I'm not using an inequality anymore, right? So what you're trying to get me to do is you're telling me that I want inequalities mod 1? I have no idea what that means. I mean, like okay, and then like, but this is still. I don't. No, you can't. Like, unless you have, like, some. Okay. If you just have a generic real number alpha, can you, like, say anything about the size of the fractional part of alpha to the n? Alpha, What? Like, I don't. The frick is this? K minus 1 plus O of alpha to the minus n. Alpha to the n. Well, I mean, it's just like you. I don't understand how you can like prove an inequality. Like you can't prove a number is algebraic using inequalities. That's just not. Hey, what? What on freak? Okay, x sub 2n is alpha to the n plus like some very very small error. 2 alpha, like alpha to the n plus like O of alpha to the minus n-ish. Alright, my k is fixed. So you're like telling me that like Thank you, Atomi2, for the follow. Can you what? Like, no, I understand that you have these bounds, but like, I don't see how that's ever going to give you like. I agree you get bounds, but I don't understand how you can like take an inequality and use that to conclude like. Equals like that a number is algebraic. Like you have an exponentially decaying error term. What? Oh. You want me to square both sides of this and then compare it with the corresponding equation for 4n. Or not even just like, oh god. Okay, that's not showing alpha as algebraic, but I think okay, but but the errors are so. Right. Sorry, this should be alpha to minus n. Oh wait, there? No, that's not good. Like k minus 1 over 2. Like this is a thing. Okay, so I'm gonna drop the. the Actually, wait, can I just forget squaring it, can I just put this thing back in here? And it's like alpha to the 2n, it's like... Oh god, if I square it... Okay, so all the error terms are... Okay, fuck. Dude, I don't know how you... Whatever, we're just gonna square it. I'm gonna take this thingamablobber and epsilon is like, oh yeah, okay, fine. I just throw it back in here, right? And the point is I take this requires a bit of care. Okay, so I'm gonna actually write what this is though. I'm gonna write this as k times O of alpha to the minus n. This should be a true statement. So x up to n is equal to this, which is alpha to the n plus frac k minus 1 over 2 alpha to the n. Oh god, I have to be so careful. Plus O of like alpha to the minus 3n, and then... Is that like, okay, how do Taylor approximations work? It's like, oh god. Dude, I don't... I'm not an analyst, okay, this is too... Can I just drop all the... Will anyone get mad at me if I drop the k's? Does that matter? If I treat k as an absolute constant... I don't know. It gives me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies, but I think it's okay if I consider k as constant and wrap it in the big O. Because otherwise I feel like this k times stuff is actually really annoying. I think that shouldn't matter. If I just treat the... Okay, I think this is a true statement, alright? I think this is k minus 1 over 2 on the top, alpha to the n on the bottom, and then plus an error term that's order of alpha to the minus 2n. I think that should be true. Right. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, and now we square both sides. So x to the 2n squared is equal to alpha to the 2n plus k minus 1 over 2 squared times alpha to the 2n. And then the error that I get is up to alpha, O of alpha to the minus n. However, this is also equal to alpha to the 2n minus k plus this epsilon 2n, which we agreed is 1 minus O of alpha to the minus 2n. Okay. And also I fucked up and I dropped a term. Oh, there's a missing k minus 1 here. And I've messed up some other term. This is plus, minus. Shit, no, I got the same thing again. No. No, it's still k minus. Oh lord. I hate this. So close yet so far. Okay. Yeah, no, because the problem is this error term is all the way up to alpha to the minus 2n. Right, so this error term here is like all the order of minus 2n. So I can't just like get this 2n part to... It just doesn't match. Jesus Christ. I don't... Oh. I didn't mess up, right? Like this is the error term analysis. Like this error term is as large as... Like unless... No, I can't get more precise than that. Actually, okay, I can be more... Oh. I don't know, it's gonna... Like, if I have to actually drill each of these terms in, then that's really rough. This being an integer... I don't understand what that's gonna do for you, right? Like, this error is alpha to the minus 2n. So like you're trying to say like, okay, like this is close to it. Like, like this is not how numbers work. I should be looking at this line. You want... Okay, so these are two numbers whose product is this rational number k minus 1 halves. I don't even know it's an integer. It's a half integer, I guess. It's half an integer. And their sum approaches an integer. I don't know what that's supposed to do though. Like what? Like, okay, I see that the product is k minus 1 halves, and then I see that their sum is like very close to a digit. It's like within alpha to the minus 2 and or of an integer. I don't like this. I don't see how this tells you that it's an algebraic. What? Dude, 2 hours ago you told me this problem was not that bad. No, I mean, this is all fine, but it's like, I do, like, am I insane? Like, you can't, like, close to an integer doesn't get you algebra. The yeah, I see it. That sounds so. What on earth? What? I mean, okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, okay, so when I multiply that thing, And I mean, okay, so this is like, I mean, you get two terms, right? It's like x sub 2n plus 2, that's x sub 2n minus 2, and then plus like a bunch of error terms. Well, we're gonna treat alpha as a constant too, so we'll just get swallowed up. So like, okay, like, yeah, but like the problem is like this is still integer, fine. Um, so like what? Do I treat this as like, oh look, there's a linear recurrence with an error, and then like hope the error doesn't accumulate? I guess the error grows pretty slowly. Um, Compared to, because this alpha to the n is a lot bigger than this minus 2n. So what you can do is you can say, because I don't think integer helps you if you don't know alpha plus 1 alpha is an integer. This doesn't. Is that? Oh, they can't. You can't say anything about the fractional part just based on the size of the number. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. Like, it seems like what this suggests is that this suggests like x of 2 n plus 2 should be very close to like. Well, actually, no. That doesn't even. It tells you that it's like. Uh, what do we show the error is just 0? Like, this thing is not a priori an integer. The x of 2n grows very quickly, and so move all the integers. What? But like alpha plus 1 alpha is not an integer. Like this thing is not a priori an integer. So you can't like. Am I being swindled? Yeah, so okay, like x of 2n plus 2 plus x of 2n minus 2, so x of 2n, and x of 2n grows on the order of like alpha to the n. So this is like, it's like alpha plus 1 alpha plus like O of alpha to the minus 3n or something? Like sure, but like now you have this like rational thing, right? Like Like it's not as if a sequence of rational numbers that has a limit has a rational limit. Like this is not how real numbers work. But you're not gonna you can't. Okay, let me move some of this stuff because I'm running out of space. Yeah, like I know the right hand side is rational, but I don't see how that helps. Like what's the magnitude of the difference of two rationals? What? Oh, is that how it's gonna work? You can't approximate this well enough. The error term is alpha to the minus 3n, but the rationals have to... Because x sub 2n is about alpha to the n, any rationals have to differ by at least alpha of the minus 2n. So I subtract two adjacent things. Oh, pff, what the fuck? Okay. And here you told me this problem's not that bad, and I need to like approximate rational. Okay, I agree that the error term drops because the rationals have denominator on the order of alpha to the n. So the difference of two of them has denominator on the order of alpha to the 2n. So in fact, all the error terms have to be equal, and since the error terms also decay, they have to be 0. So use the denominator argument. Okay. See, I'm still mad, because you were telling me to take mod 1. This is not taking mod 1. This is like... The integers are not big. Like, there's a difference. Like, you have to actually... Okay, anyways. I agree this works. But it's not what you were suggesting. Anyways. So I have to conclude the error terms between consecutive and match. And hence vanish. So okay. What the hell? Okay, and now because it's an integer sequence, bona fide linear recurrence, and we have exact equalities. 2n equals alpha to the n plus alpha to the minus n. Yeah, I mean JMO 4.5 didn't take that. JMO 5 took a little bit of time. It's mostly this thing. This is taking all night. Like it's a good problem. I'm glad I'm finally doing it. But also like, what the heck is this? For some constants, lambda plus and lambda minus. But from our explicit form. So then these constants have to match this one. It has to be this thing and this thing. Exactly, because otherwise this error term is, you know, alpha to the minus 2n. So but actually lambda plus, yeah, okay, now we're over the hurdle. So now we know exactly what it is. X up to n is exactly given by alpha to the n. The error term goes up. The error term dies, and then I'm gonna have a lot of fun writing this up. I may have underestimated this problem's difficulty. Yeah, after like dragging me through this, kicking and screaming for the last 2 hours, it's like, oh, yeah, it's not that bad. It's very nice though. Yeah, that part I agree with. Anyways, okay. I need to actually finish this up. Alpha to the n, k minus 1. Yeah, I still don't have k equals 3 yet, but I have a structure recurrence. Yes, I want this to be 1. How do I do that? Can I just do that? Like now I can square both sides, right? Because you get like this k minus 1 over 2, and that k minus 1 over 2 has to equal 1. If you were in grade 9, how much time would it took to solve for you? This problem, I don't think at 9th grade everyone solves it. I don't know my analysis well enough in 9th grade to even get close. Yeah, I'm gonna write up a solution to this. Also, oh my lord. It is actually square both sides after this, right? Like, because x up 2n, well, I guess x up 4n, but yeah, that should work at that point. Yeah, like definitely the part it's this size of denominator thing is like the it works. I agree. But it's like you're not just using that they're integers. You're using that they're integers for which you actually have a good estimate on how big the integer is. Everything before... I agree everything before this is not unreasonable. Like, I can get behind the part before this. It's like, okay, like, you know, given that the answer turns out to only be k equals 3, like, you have to do something like this. But... I mean, once you have this, you're fine, right? Like, you literally have the literary... Anyway, okay. Wow, what a problem. Alright, this is gonna be fun to write up. I'm so excited to find out which person proposed this. Well, does Brazil tell us who the author is? Is this like a Carlos? I don't know. Does Carlos make up stuff like this? Ah, yes, the bacteria question. 59 seconds for the rest of the audience. Um, I'm going to be I am going to sleep after this. All right, yeah, let me write this properly. Okay, epsilon n equals 1 minus. Okay, note that. We'll quantify this as 2 alpha to the n plus O of alpha to the minus n. Well, actually, I don't need to annotate this here because I annotate it later. So I guess technically I could have been like a little more careful here, but I don't think it really matters. Yeah, it shouldn't matter from what follows. Did I do this with bound calculation right? So 1, 2 alpha to the n, what's alpha, alpha to the minus n. Yeah, that's all fine. So okay, in this whole blob, I don't do I need the I do, right? I actually need the which we manipulate to wait, where'd the alpha? I just spent the start of the stream giving an advertisement for Typst for the people who can't figure out how to learn LaTeX, which apparently is a lot of people. If anyone wants to drop that link. Yeah, I mean, pen and paper is fine too, just not digital, you know, but you do you. It's not a big deal. Claim the above equation holds even is true. Suppose we wrote yn define equals I don't know how to write this, honestly. I actually haven't seen an argument quite like this before. Or at least not recently. I've probably seen something like this somewhere before, but not often. Is the difference of two terms which are O of alpha to the minus 3n. However, it's the difference of two rational numbers whose denominators are each O of alpha to the n, ergo their difference is at most each difference at most alpha. Must be eventually 0. Wow, what this is an argument of all time. Wow. Thank you, Oatmeal, for the follow. What is the Paisa vi- what? This, we have a bona fide linear recurrence with exact inequalities. Alright, I'm actually going to use equation environments even though they won't show up in LaTeX. I actually think I need them to make this sensical. Actually, maybe I don't need to label them. Plus yeah, okay. What field is your PhD in? Automorphic forms, number theory. Not that I have any idea what those things are. Wait, why didn't this... minus 2n. Yeah, now I just compare. Right? Wait a minute. What? No, this isn't... Wait, hang on. Now I'm confused. Wait. Hang on. Wait, how did the finish work? Wow, this problem just won't die. Wait, how did I... I have passed my qualifying exams and then spent a long time not understanding a bunch of papers that I was trying to read. If you want to follow along the what I'm trying to do, there is a website that I can show you, and you can see just how little I've managed to accomplish. Are x2n and xn... Oh, good point. Okay. On the other hand, we are supposed to have... See, it's funny because I have to actually use 2n and 4n, right? In order for this to work. Forces k equals 3. Wow, what a problem. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, alright. What a problem. What is it like to be this smart? You're giving me a little too much credit. Alright, well, that was... Let's link it to my notebook. Alright, where was I? Alright, we're gonna post up this monstrosity that we came up with. I actually don't know what to tag this other than like we used a ton of analysis. Oh, fine, hard answer. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah. I don't know why there's a dot, comma, dot here. All right. Well, hope that was an experience. Yeah, we need more problems like this. This is what Olympiad number theory should be like, except maybe not quite this hard. Because wow. Well, I don't know. I mean, if people can get a problem like this in 4.5 hours, all the power to them. I don't think I could. Alright, cool. For those of you watching on YouTube, I'll probably cut around here. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. See you next time. Yeah, for Twitch chat, can you explain what you are doing? Basically, so well, I don't know how much you know about me. I'm Evan. You can find my website in the upper right. Um, I'm a PhD student, but I'm also kind of like I'm kind of a very strange high school math teacher where I help students who are studying for like um uh I don't know, very like super accelerated advanced math something something for high school, but still for high school kids. So like not any research stuff, but like problems that are like this where yeah. Like there's a lot of math contest students that I work with, and I also have this textbook called the Napkin where I kind of write out a map of most of undergraduate up to like first year graduate high school. Um, yeah. Anyways, the problem that we just did was a problem from like Brazilian contest in 2021. As you can see, it was not a clean solve. I was very heavily nudged towards the solution. I don't think I would have gotten it myself. Um, yeah. As for what it's like to be this smart, I think it's kind of like um, math academia is super competitive, and like the more into the math academia system you are, I think the more you feel like, wow, there's so many people that are so much smarter than me, kind of thing. I don't I don't think I'm terrible or anything, but I don't exactly go around being like, wow, I'm so good, because I just see like the everyone else in every seminar that I go to that actually understands what anyone is talking about at all, kind of thing. It's just like, yeah, yep. um, I do not feel like I would describe myself as confident in my abilities, and I think that's the more deeply you go into math, the more you feel that way. Um, but on the other hand, I do think that like um, the deeper you get into math, like at least this like kind of like problem solving kind of stuff, like it's a kind of thing where like once you've done a lot of problems, you can start appreciating like things like this more. Um, it's how do I describe it? Um, yeah, I don't really know. It's sort of like this kind of acquired thing. Like, um, if you are trying to study, for example, like Greek literature, you won't be able to appreciate it until one, you learn Greek, like you need to at least know the language, and then two, like once you've read like enough of it. Like the first few things you read when you're still getting used to the language are going to you're not going to get everything. But like once you've been to if you learn the language and like learn what the standard toolbox is for math and so on, then you can get a really appreciation of like the things that people are able to pull off with it. Um, so yeah, something something. Um, Brazil. God, what was Brazil 6? Do I have Brazil 6 in my system? Oh, the tangency. Ah, I mean, yes, but compared to Brazil 3, if you can you tell me your email? I mean, it's not very hard to find. Here, let me give you a link. Hello, Gladiator Turtle. Glad to have you. We're probably gonna wind down. I'm just kind of chatting with people, but I don't think I'm doing any more math because that Brazil problem was like annihilation. Um, for Colbert, I haven't played the Talos Principle yet, but I've heard a lot of good things about it. I do have it in my Steam library. Um, so yeah, we'll get it one day when I have one day when I'm like retired from actually doing hard work and can just spend every day playing through all the games in my Steam library, you know? Kind of thing. Have you ever given IMO? I mean, I took the IMO in 2014. So yes. Um, go outside. I mean, I don't know. What is there outside? See, sun. The problem is there's no sunlight in Boston half the time. Like, I don't know. I tried to go outside today. I did the whole, like... Well, first of all, it's just completely cloudy. And also, like, the wind was so strong that it blew some person's, like, hat into my face and then past me. It was so fast, it was just like, something hit me in the face, but I don't know what. And then I turned around to see, like, this guy running after. I don't know if it was his hat or, like, something, but, you know, kind of thing. Yeah, the weather here is not great. Um, do you run? No, I'm not a running person. DDR. That's where it's at. Yeah, to Oatmeal's question, high school students in the United States aren't taught what a proof is, and for that matter, the undergrads aren't either. The undergrads kind of eventually learn. The high schoolers, it's not even close. Obviously, this is all like in a median school. Like, students that I work with, need to know what a proof is because I don't let them into my training program until they do. Although I give them a lot of resources to learn. But yeah, like in typical U.S. high school students do not have any idea what a proof is. It's just they're just not taught at all. Hawks like as PSU. That's cool. How comprehensive is Napkin? On what axes? How would it compare to some lecture notes? I think good enough is a good way of phrasing it. Like, what is a good introductory book in your book to maths? What is math? I haven't read Courant's book at all, so I don't know anything about it. Would it have all the necessary knowledge? I mean, it depends on like what for what. Like for example, if you're learning abstract algebra so that you can learn linear algebra, so that you can learn, I don't know, Shor's algorithm, then you'll probably be able to get by. Is the point. Right, it's not like this. It's not like you want to read this if you want to become an expert in the topic. Because if you want to become an expert, then you probably shouldn't be reading undergrad materials anyway. But it's like, if you want to learn this so that you can continue ascending the massive tech tree that is modern math, then that's sort of the point of Napkin. Yeah, like the question, like, you know, like what is enough is a function of like what you are trying, where you are trying to go. Like for a lot of people who read the Napkin, enough is enough to satisfy their curiosity. Like they're like, I heard this thing called category theory. It sounds really cool. I want to know what it's about in a way that's more concrete than just like there are maps and arrows. And that's sort of what the Napkin is written for that. It's like, this is what's happening. These are the big ideas. You're not going to go and like go solve open problems in category theory, but you can appreciate the topic, and then, when you're learning algebraic topology later, you already know what a functor is. You know what a covariant functor is, or contravariant, whatever. And you have the right instincts, I guess is the thing I should say. Because you have a sense what they're supposed to do, and like, yada yada. That's sort of what the napkin is written as. In theory. I don't know if it works in practice, but that was the goal in theory. If you want to know whether it works in practice, I don't know. Go find some... I would say go find some reviews, but I don't think there's reviews anywhere. I think people just say it's good, and I'm like, okay, sounds good. How's the weather? I mean, lots of clouds and rain. It's 1 a.m. Yeah, I should probably sleep. It's all because of this Brazil problem, okay? The JMO problems went fine. The Brazil problem did not go fine. I'm glad we finally did it. That problem's been suggested a lot of times, and I just never got to it because I'm like, I don't think this problem's gonna be fast, and I was right. But we finally did it today. So it's like, okay, got that off the list. Even though apparently that's now the only problem we did today, because the other two problems were the JMO ones that I was gonna do anyway. But that happened. Boring. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, alright. I guess that's probably all for today. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you next time, and yeah, I still need to do USMO 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 eventually. But that's for a later day. Yeah. Alright, thanks all for tuning in. See y'all. Good old.